Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today on this fine, pleasant, very gray, happy, Glorp Glorp Saturday morning? Afternoon, I guess, actually. Hello! How do you do, chat? Spotify overlay. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's like OBS is struggling to recognize that. Anyways, I found it. Very cool. How are the late night Balatro runs? I got a high score. I almost got to non-inf on an unseeded run without per KO. I was so close. I was actually so close. But I made a mistake, and it cost me the non-inf. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. What'd you use? So I started my... This was how the start of the run went, by the way. And I tweeted... What if they made a shoujo manhwa called When Will I Find My Baron, and they're just playing Balatro and trying to find a fucking Baron?
They don't call me the gold standard guard for nothing.
And then eventually I found it. Once I had 6 mimes, I found the Baron. 6 mimes! 6! Negative brains. That wasn't a natural negative. That was an ectoplasm. Don't worry. I'm not that lucky. Anyways, and this was my setup at the end of the run. I had a total of 2 mimes, 1 Baron, 4 copy jokers. I got a negative photograph and a negative... Yeah. I reached E244. The only reason I didn't reach non-inf is because I was an idiot and I spun the wheel too much. And you can't give a Joker negative if it already has foil, hologram, or polychrome. And I had foil, hologram, or polychrome on all of my remaining Jokers because I'm a fucking idiot. So I couldn't ectoplasm anymore. But still, E244 on an unseeded run without per KO, not bad, actually. E308 still pretty far? Not really. E308 was like two invisible Jokers away. And I had like $4,000.
That's a breakfast right there. The perfect way to start your day.
I actually managed for the very first time. Wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, for the first time, I managed to buy every single voucher and cycle back to blank vouchers. I didn't know that's how that worked. I didn't know if you buy every single voucher in the game, then you get offered a second blank voucher. But I guess now I do. Anyways, it was a fun run. Anyways. Okay, chat, what do we do today? We got a few things I want to do today. New Abyss tomorrow again with 375% HP. Yeah, but it's squishy enemies. You play Duel in the Mist? Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. We'll do it once. I haven't done it in a while. A while, 5 days? Shut up. Ooh. Bad start. Is that my best performance so far? I almost full comboed. This is the least amount of misses I've ever had, for sure. Only 2 misses. I don't think that's my best score so far, but I think... 17,335. My best score is... Oh no, that is my best score. That's crazy. Huge. Huge. Alright, that's enough of that. No more dueling in the mist. Their new maps for 5.5, that's so big, by the way. Are they adding that one? Wait, that's insane. I'm so hyped. That's actually so hype. What the fuck? Ah! I'm capped! It's contention, right? For Iansan?
A pot of tea with a couple of nibbles, some seasonal greens, piping hot bowl of fresh kanji. That's a dope breakfast right there.
Contention, yeah.
Start your day.
Yo. Is contention today? Fuck. Alright, Papilla Day then. Papilla Day it is. By the way, do we know yet if Iansan's gonna be on the VROOM VROOM banner? Or if she's gonna be on the other one? Is that something we know yet?
And eyes.
No? Damn.
And mouth. And tighten up that part.
Going in. Fulfill our path.
And you still have a special place in my heart. Hi. That could have been so nice if it had like good sub stats, because I still don't have any glad sands. Need to get one eventually.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is bring it. Show no mercy. You two.
Bro! You little shit!
Sorry, pal. Congratulations.
All right. Lolline, East Papa, get him. Hear the echoes of the valley. Get to work.
Whatever. Oh, whatever.
Everybody stand. Bring it. You two. Time to.
Mighty mythical beast.
What?
All right.
Oh, that's cringe. I don't wanna... That didn't kill him? You gotta be kidding me, dude.
Still breathing.
But now I have Nightsoul on Lali, so the timings are gonna be wrong. Oh man. Pass.
Going in. Fulfill our path. Lolline, East Papa.
Many happy returns.
Oh, fuck. No! I'm gonna kill myself in game. Dude. It keeps dodging my fucking cryo app, so I have to swap to Citlali, and then he survives with 1 fucking HP. Alright, come on, man. Dude, are we gonna get a single 4 or useful artifact? Probably not. I'm being too greedy right now.
Teamwork is bring it. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of.
Mighty mythical beast.
Who is Papilla for? Iansan. 4. Useful? Oh boy. How much do you have on your gumming? 140. Alright. So... Ugh. Okay, so what the fuck is going on here, man? What do you mean her Her Thunderbolt Rush costs some of it. Oh, that's annoying. Isn't that for exploration? Oh, is it? Okay, never mind then. Distance-based recover is 0.67 per unit. That's interesting. How... Does anyone know the actual, like, amount of units that characters moves? Man. Venom burst radius is 6 units. Okay. So, Clorinde's dash should be around that as well, then? Somewhere between, like, 5 and 7, probably? Follow a quest and check the distance in meters. Are the quests, like, meters distances?
Need to hire a duelist?
Are they in units?
Into the shadows.
So that's 66, 61, 56, 51, 40. Okay, yeah, so this is exactly 5. Huge. Alright. And how much does he consume per second? Do we know? Like, this says during Thunderbolt Rush, but that's her exploration thing, right? Yeah. 6? Okay, it's 6 per second. Okay. And then she refunds. She refunds 1 per second from this. And it's 4 per second if it's a Natlan character. Right? So, in a Clorinde team, right, you'd have, you'd probably swap it to her close to full because you went to Maoika, right? Let's say you start with 50. You should be able to maintain a decent amount. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But you will be nice old point negative, which means if you swap into Clorinde while you're under 42, you'll spend the whole uptime under 42. Right, because she'll be doing what? Every 1.2 seconds, she's gonna gain 6, and she consumes 6 every 1 second. Right, so she gains what, 5-ish per second, and she loses 6 per second. Assuming you do the default stuff. Yeah. Make a list of characters you expect Iansan to be Night Soul points negative versus positive? Sure, we can do that. So what are characters that you will want to use Iansan with, perhaps? Let's make a list. Yeah, so we can think about Kutsing. We can think about would you ever consider Klee? I don't think so.
Totoko, where are you?
Chano. And we could talk about Ganyu, but it's gonna be bad. Xiao. We can talk about Xiao, even though it won't be the best. No. Meh. No. Do we know if there's a visible point counter on screen? I mean, it should work like Seat Lolly, where, like,
A duel.
you can tell how much Night Soul they have based on the bar under their HP. That's how every character that has off-field Night Soul works. Why immediate? No. I mean, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but Cinder City doesn't buff physical. Ella doesn't move. Her damage is backloaded, so it happens after you've lost all your Night Soul on Iansan. Don't fucking do this. Like, don't. Just don't. Anyways, Ayaka. So, assuming her buff is snapshotable, it should be fine on Ayaka. Dashes quite a bit. I mean, she dashes often, but she doesn't move a lot with her dashes. But that's not the part that matters. Because she uses her burst at the start of the rotation when the attack buff is high, even if she doesn't move much. Anyways, we can talk about Ayaka. Yoimiya, I guess we can talk about. Raiden, I guess we can talk about. Yai, I guess we can talk about. But her buff is only to the active character. There's no way you want to do this with Yai, even if you average good Night Soul. No fucking shot. It's saying, did I not include her? No, I did. I guess Sino we can talk about. Wanderer we can talk about. Alhaitham. No. He doesn't want attack buffs, really. But I guess it'll still be fine because of the damage percent buffs. Man. Just because there's no good electro options for spread Alhaitham. It's not because it's actually good. See one who died with dash cancels instead of jump? I don't think it's going to be very good. Hu-Tao teams can't really reliably get Pyro Aura for their reactions without a second Pyro unit. You're not going to proc Cinder City on Iansan, and that makes her kind of ass. On top of that, attack buffs aren't the best for Hu-Tao. Grizzly, perhaps, but no. Gumming. You know. And in each. Asuka. Malika. That's it. Alright. So, let's start with the ones that, like, pretty much don't move here. Alright, so Kutsing pretty much doesn't move. So, it's pretty much just gonna be -5 per second. She moves in E. I mean, she moves only if you're far away from the enemies to begin with, and only when she uses her E. So no, she doesn't. Ganyu, you can do dash cancels, right? If you do dash cancels on Ganyu, you can move.
Chamber full and ready.
How much distance is a dash cancel? Let's start at 40. Oops. I'm doing it too fast. They'll be able to get, like, maybe 6-ish meters per charge shot. How fast are her charge shots when you're doing good cancels? Any knowers? About 2 seconds? Okay. That means about 3-ish units of movement per second. Which is 2 Night Soul per second. Plus the 1 you get by default. That's 3. And you lose 6, so it's -3. Shao will be max. I know that much. It's gonna be more than enough. So, Iansan, Night Soul per second. Ayaka will barely move. But she'll move a little bit more than Kutsing does, I suppose. So, like... minus 4.3, more or less. About 1 unit of distance. Yeah, but she does snapshot, so this isn't that big of a deal for her. Yoimiya.
Are you going to hold a festival?
So, we're starting at 30, and an attack string makes you move 6. If you dash at the end, you move 6 units for an attack string. And you get 3 attack strings per uptime window, which is 10 seconds. It's a little bit over 3 seconds each. It's about 2 units per second. Which is 1.3 Night Soul per second. Same as Ganyu. It seems like she's moving the same amount, but over 3 seconds instead of 2. So it'll be a bit less than Ganyu. Could be this. Raiden. Raiden is gonna be kind of like Ayaka, I guess. Or like you dash a little, but you don't dash all that much. Sino. Raiden doesn't move in her optimal combo. You have optional dashes. The end lag of the charge attack is about as long as how long it takes to dash cancel it. So you can dash cancel it. But yeah, Sino pretty much doesn't fucking move either. True. Alright, for Wanderer, I would appreciate someone recording this for me, because I don't have Wanderer on my account. I want you to go on Wanderer, track a quest, literally any quest. Use your E, and start normal attacking while inputting backwards from the quest. And just tell me how many meters you move through the E. Oh, Hytham is pretty much not gonna move very much, but kind of like Ayaka, where he can dash without too much of a problem. Gaming will be fucking Omega Infinite. And then for Arlecchino, it's kind of cringe because her movement is dependent on her tracking.
An insurmountable.
Right, so like, her charge attack can be like 5 meters, but it can also be less than that. Her E can be 10. Like, that was like fucking 15. Anyways. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. He's being cringe, man. I need to be facing that direction, but I can't face that direction if you just fucking walk into the goddamn wall here, dude. Ever. So that's 600. 97.
My turn.
It seems like it's like 3.5 that you move. Because it's alternating between 3 and 4. So every N3 string you move 7 units, because 3.5 backwards and then 3.5 forwards at maximum. But it could also just be like 3-ish if you don't dash backwards. I feel like you strafe on Wanderer more than moving backwards, but that's fine. The reason why I'm doing testing by dashing backwards, outside of Arlecchino, because with Arlecchino, the amount of distance she travels is dependent on how much she lunges with her tracking. But for other characters, the distance will count the same whether you're dashing forwards or backwards. It's just that doing it backwards with this helps us actually tell us what the numbers are. It's a little bit less than 2 seconds. Like 3 point, it's like 1.8-ish, more or less, to do it in 3D. And that moves 7 units. Wonder was 20 meters during 10 seconds. Thank you. So it's 2 per second. 2 per second, which is 1.39 soul per second. So it's going to be the same as Yoimiya. But yeah, that's without dashes. So I guess I should separate these. Wanderer with dashes. But what sort of dashes are you looking at reliably? Aren't dashes on Wanderer DPS lost? They're kind of DPS neutral if you do them while you have the thing. And 3 and 2D. Sure. How many dashes do you get over a skill if you do that? Three. That would increase that distance from 20 to like a little bit over 30. Roughly 4. 4 with the hydro thingy. I see. That's kind of different though. The passive nets you 3 to 5 free dashes. The problem with using the free dash as soon as it's available is that then if the enemy attacks you, you don't have the free dash anymore. Like in practice with Wanderer, most of the time you just use the dash to dodge, not as part of your normal attack string. Yeah, Wanderer with dashes is going to be probably upwards of like minus 2.3. Arlecchino and 3D. Arlecchino and 3D backwards. So the charge attack is like 10. And then over 6 and 3Ds, Then versus, like, if you're close to the enemies and you don't dash backwards. And then this is... it's a little bit over 10 seconds uptime if you do 6 and 3Ds, right? Let's start hitting at 9. At 29. 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So actually, it's about 10 seconds. So it's 2 per second if you don't do it backwards. Which is... oh yeah, let's say about 10. Times 2/3.
Staring into my
Minus
eyes,
5.
I can't promise.
But if you do dash backwards, it's only minus 1.5. Anyways, I thought she'd be positive. Nope. No, outside of Natlan characters, it's only the plungers that are gonna be positive. Sorry. Coco Glorp chat, I rolled this today. You know what? I was gonna pip a W, but unironically, I wouldn't even use this. Because I don't have enough ER on my other pieces to be able to use any M-Sends on Seatlali. So, deserved. El Bozo. Anyways, now for Clorinde. She moves about 5 units per E. I guess I should... Clorinde default. Clorinde if you're against a boss and you don't do it backwards. Isn't 42 nice hull points too soon to start losing value? Yeah, it's pretty soon. It's gonna be rough for a few characters.
Something you wish to
Hidden synergy for Iansan is if you're using Natlan supports, because Iansan is a buff that's relatively long duration, you're likely to use that buff first, and then swap to your Natlan supports, or swap to your supports, your other supports. But if your other supports don't move a lot, the time spent on them will make you lose Night Soul. But if they're Natlan supports, then it won't be nearly as bad. Characters like Shilonen pretty much won't make you lose any. How much was the sub 42 buff compared to the full buff? Half as good, less. So, the thing is that the amount of attack that you get is capped. And that cap is actually the same at 42 or below. It's just that reaching that cap at 42 is reasonably, like, feasible. But reaching the cap below 42 is pretty much impossible. But the size of your buff below 42 is going to depend on how overcapped you are when you're above 42. It still should be better in practice with enemies moving. What do you mean by that? Enemies moving doesn't give you Night Soul. It's you moving that gives you Night Soul. Anyways. Clorinde default, she gets...
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
about 4 units of movement per second. Which is 4 times 2/3 minus 5. He's negative by 2.3. It really is tragic that it's just the plungers and the Natlan units that are positive.
I can't promise you'll like what you see.
I thought she'd be positive. The thing is, you don't need to be positive, right? If you start full, being 2.3 seconds, or losing 2.3 per second, right? Her max is 54, right? Yeah. So, it's gonna take you 5 seconds before you go below 42. So most of your damage will happen with this. And that's without taking C4 into account, which can also help. If you're not positive, you completely lose the C6. Yes, you do. Why aren't you taking C4 into account? Well, because right now we're looking at C0. We'll do C4 afterwards, don't worry. Anyways, Clorinde, if she's stationary, instead of moving 4 units per second, is going to move very little. Like, I think it's fair to assume that you'll still move a little bit with your E. Even against the boss, when you're not intentionally dashing backwards. It's just that it won't be the full distance, right? But, like, at the start, the first one will move, and then you'll still, like, move a little here, right? It's not a lot, but it's still a little. I'd say that if you're not going out of your way for it, you probably move, like, a little bit less than half the distance. So instead of 4 units per second, let's say, like, 1.5-ish. Anyways, Kinich is gonna be plus 1 more billion. Because he moves a lot and he's Natlan. Chaska should be able to cap it. Yeah, I know. It's tragic. It's really tragic for Wanderer and Chow.
Chamber full and
So.
open fire.
We move like 12 meters per charge. And you get... How many do you get? Or how long does it take to get one? Is it a little over 2 seconds? I'll look at burst cooldown while I do it. Let's start charging at 10. It's like 2.5-ish. Takes about 10 seconds to do all 4. A little bit over that. And you move like 12. So you move like 40-something units. Let's lowball it with 40. So... 4-ish units per second. It's going to be the same as this, but it's an outline character, so it's -2 instead. So Chaska is slightly positive. Malika will be omega positive. I heard that apparently it does count the spin, so it's gonna be omega positive. Although I don't know if the spin counts for this. Oh, it doesn't. The distance stops showing up when you spin. That's annoying. It's fine, we can calculate it, actually. What's her radius? Do we know? What's the radius of this circle? Probably like 3-ish? Probably like 4 or 3. Let's lowball it with 3 for now.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light. And
Okay,
humans
how...
Except
Do you have to do pi like this? Wait, I'm an idiot. It's not the area I need. I'm corned. It's the diameter I need. No, it's the circumference I need. Dude, basic math is too hard. So it's 18 per spin. I mean, okay. And she does... No... Is it 18 per spin? Am I corned? And she can do like 9 spins plus 4 dashes. So she moves like 190 units of distance? Over how long? Seven seconds? Yeah. So, Moika is slightly positive with Iansan. It should actually be more than Kinich, honestly. We can actually estimate Kinich as well, though.
I'm in.
So... So, 08, 94, so we moved 14. And you do that about 4 times. But yeah, I guess the radius isn't constant, but the speed is constant, so it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure the speed at which you move is the same no matter what your radius is. You just, like, effectively rotate faster. What the fuck? Where? Okay, Aeonblight Drake hitbox is so fucked for Kinich, by the way. It's actually so awful. Anyways. Oh yeah, so it's about 15, so he's gonna move about 60. For E. And his E with burst lasts, what? 12 something seconds? It's about 5 per second. But he's not even that positive. That's crazy. Yeah, Mawika's just kind of insane. Huh. That's crazy. Wait, I'm new? How is the kid racist? Additionally, when your current active party member consumes or restores Night Soul points, the extra Night Soul points she gains the next time she restores Night Soul via the scale will be increased to 4. So, basically... Oh, wait, it's not... I'm an idiot, chat. I'm actually an idiot. Wait, I'm Corange. It's not -2. And it can only trigger once every 2.8 seconds. I'm Corange. I'm fucking Corange. Where the hell... Okay, so the Nylon characters start... Was Kinich the first one? I guess so. So it's not -2. Right? It's minus... So it's 1 per second by default, plus 4 per 3 seconds. It's 7/3. And then 6 minus 7/3 is... What, 11/3? Yeah. Damn, so Kinich is negative. That's crazy. Oika doesn't use Night Soul during... I guess that's true, yeah. It's also increased to 4, not by 4? Oh, you're right. But it's not even minus 11/3. It's -4. Wow. I'm Corange. But I mean, it doesn't fucking matter for Mawika, right? Oh no. Plus, or minus... Oh. He restores 14 per second, not... Yeah. Minus 0.6 is still enough for a full rotation on Kenichi? Yep, it is. There's no problem with that. Are you sure they count Mawika's heart attack as moving? I've been told it does. But... It might not. Okay, I guess technically I should actually take a look at the distance moved by the plungers, shouldn't I? But like, ugh, it's so cringe. Because now that means I have to go close to it to look at vertical movement. Please don't start the quest. Okay. Does anyone know if Oron A1 passive can crit? Yes, it can. Everything in this game can crit except the transformative reactions, which are reactions that do a number separate from your attack's number. right? So if you trigger a reaction with an attack, but there's only one number on screen, that number can crit. If you trigger a reaction with an attack and there's two numbers, one for the attack and one for the reaction, that second number won't be able to crit. Technically, there's also, like, true damage from Abyss Blessings that can't crit, but, like, that's fake. And they're like, true. Where's Gumming? There he is.
Got it. I'll start.
Okay. So it's 102. 106. Wait, but that's kind of... this won't fucking work, will it? Wait, maybe if I go under. Under should work as well. Under should work. And there might be some better places to do the plunges under. Yeah. Okay. So... just the plunge itself, we start at 94. We go up to 90. And then back down. So that's 8. But then, with Gaming, you also dash, which is another about 4. And then the E itself, which is also another about 4. So each plunge on Gaming will be about 16 units of distance traveled. Right? And he gets 7 over a rotation. So that's 16 times 7 divided by an uptime of like 12-ish seconds. Kind of. 14-ish seconds. So it's 8 per. This times 2/3 minus 5. He's slightly positive. And then Xiao. Tell me I have my burst. Oh. Need to find an enemy. These count. These count. I'm sorry. They don't generate energy? Oh, it's only Fav that works. That's on me. So we're at about 100. When we jump, we go to 6 and then back down. Yeah, so it's 12. 12 per plunge. And you generally get about... I mean, if you do with Xianyuan, you'll get 8 high plunges over... how long of a rotation? Like 10? A little bit over 10? Like 11? 12? I'll say 12, whatever. Yeah, you also get the 2 E's, that's true. That is true, that is true. That's 8. That's 16. 16 plus 12 times 8. 112. In about 12 seconds. It's 9 per. It's about positive by about 1.2. And then I need some ideas for other things to call. Vel'Koz, yeah, Vel'Koz. I like Vel'Koz. That's a good one. Then Vel'Koz, Vel'Koz. Her E makes her moves as well, so it should be kind of similar to Gumming. She gets... You know what her rotation looks like? Yeah, it's gonna be E, charge attack, plunge, E, charge attack, plunge, Q. E, charge attack, plunge, E, charge attack, plunge, Q. I guess she's probably gonna move a bit less than Gumming, but kind of similar. Like, over an uptime of, like, about 9 seconds. To get 5 ECAPs, no? Eh. She can, yes. The problem with doing those rotations is that they're gonna be energy negative long term. So it's something you can do first chamber, but not second one. But you can do 5, yeah. That's something you can do. But for now, I'll just look at the 4 plunge combo. So you're gonna get probably about 4 of horizontal movement from the E, and then another 10 from the jump or the charge attack plus plunge. That's 14-ish. You get 4 of them. I don't know if the Q is gonna count as having movement. Maybe. Let's say it's about 60. Times 2/3 plus -4. He's also slightly positive. Dude, I love this, by the way. It's like -5, -3, 1, -4, -3, -4, -5, -3, -2, -4, 0.3, -4, -1, -2, -4, -0.6, -1, 14! 0.4. Oh. Anyways, this is C0, okay? Let's now take a look. Oops. Night Soul, or Iansan. Night Soul per second. C0, C4. Okay, so with a unit like Katang, you'll get a lot of stacks from this, right? Because there doesn't seem to be a cooldown on the C4. So every time you burst, you get 2 stacks, which is effectively 8 Night Soul. Right? In a Kutsing team, I guess it'll depend on the team a lot more. But So you have to, okay, first, okay, you have to like figure out if you're gonna use your other character's burst before or after her, right? And that's gonna depend a lot on the teams you do. In a team with like Kutsing, you could use like Kutsing and Kazuha burst after her, I suppose. If you do like aggravate. That's basically plus, what, plus 8? Plus 16?
Those memories.
With Ganyu, it says Surging Forks can be gained once per scale summoning. Wait, really? Am I an idiot? Oh, you're right. I am an idiot. Wow. Orange. Okay, so it's just plus. It's just the same amount added for everyone. Damn. Let's conditional format. The problem is, because of Moika, everything looks so close, even if they're relatively far away. So maybe we should conditional format without Moika. I will now do an estimation of the percentage average of the buff you're getting, right? So, on Kutsing, I think you'll be able to do one... Is your Q even getting... No. No, maybe. I guess one E1 Q gets it, and that's it. At like max stacks. And at max stacks, it's 690. So... And how much attack do you need for that? Fuck, okay. We gotta fucking add a few columns, don't we? So... Attack. Or Iansan. Attack. Aina could sing aggravate team. 257. So, okay. I'm really not sure how exactly you'd build her in teams like this. Like, Fav is just so broken. But maybe you don't want to build her on Fav. I don't know, man. Skyward Spine, true and real. I think for now, I'll just look at the new free-to-play option. The event polearm. The torch. I guess that's what we'll call it, the torch. So, we would go... Attack, attack. We would get about 30% attack from subs, 40% from the effect. What else? What else do we have? In a team like this, barely any other sources of attack percent, right? I think that's kind of it. Plus around 350, maybe around 400, I guess. Wow. I guess you go triple attack in a team like this then. Yeah, you can get away with that. Okay. Okay. Percentage above 42, and then average below 42. Percentage above 42 is going to be like about a fifth of your damage, maybe. Oh yeah, there's also the 24% from Ascension and the 20% from the Ascension passive. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. And then the average below 42 is going to be like 20, honestly. Maybe even less than that. 20. We can be a little generous. Anyways. And then the estimated percent buff is going to be equal to this multiplied by the buff at above 42, which is minimum of 690, and this times 27%, plus 1 minus this multiplied by minimum of 690 this times 0.5%. Right? Yeah. If it's an average, isn't the lowest it could possibly be 21? That's assuming you don't run out. About that. But yeah, this is like the worst case scenario with Kutsune. Okay. Okay, then Ganyu. Ganyu. Okay. In Ganyu's teams with the Iansan, you wouldn't have Pyro Resonance. I don't think anything else would change. Maybe you'd get a Noblesse on the team, perhaps, or a TOM. What sort of Ganyu teams would you even do with the Iansan? I don't fucking know. But you'd be able to get 120% artifact buff, most likely. Anyways, with Ganyu, you'll spend a little bit more time above 42. Actually, maybe you won't. Because Ganyu gains more per second or it loses less per second, I suppose. But in the Ganyu teams with the Iansan, I don't think you'd use the sort of supports that don't fuck over your Night Soul generation. Basically, you'll have less Night Soul on Iansan when you swap to Ganyu than when you swap to Kuting and Kuting's teams. So I don't, even though she loses less per second, I don't actually know if you're gonna end up spending more time above 42. The average below 42 is gonna be higher for sure. It's gonna be like 30. I think we can assume about the same time above 42 for now. Oh yeah, you might need an ER Sands. That's fair, actually. No. No, I don't think you will. With the substat plus ER substats plus Cinder City, I think you'll be fine. Maybe you will, though. I don't know. Anyways, Xiao. Okay, so in Xiao's teams, I guess you'd have TOM. No. What sort of Xiao teams would you play Iansan in, actually? Verzon, Shanyon, Iansan? Yeah, I guess so. The problem here is that you don't get Cinder City on Iansan, so she's not nearly as good, but like... I guess you'd have Noblesse on her. And TOM on Farazan? Maybe? It's another 40%. Then Ayaka is a little complicated. With Ayaka, if you use Burst while you're above 42, her percentage above 42 is going to be like 80%. But if you use it at 41, it's going to be 0. For now, let's assume that we're optimistic. Let's do 70. Well, 80%, sure. The average above 42 is actually going to be not that high. It's going to be like... $25. Alright, Yoimiya. In Yoimiya teams, Iansan's attack would be a lot higher. Right? If you're playing Iansan with Yoimiya, you're probably not doing VV Vape because you don't have a good way of swirling Pyro without Bennett. So you could be doing Chevreuse. You could just be doing double hydro, I guess. But I think it's mostly chivalrous that you see her played in. In chivalrous teams, you'd have 40% from chivalrous, 25 from pyro resonance. We're not counting the... We're not counting this, are we? I don't think we're counting this. I don't think we're counting this. But yeah, so you do what? Chivalrous, Iansan, Fischl, probably? Right? So, I guess Chivalrous on Noblesse? And no other attack buffs? Yeah. Percentage of the time above 42. The fact you need to go to Fischl before her is kind of unfortunate. It means that a portion of your time above 42 is going to be spent on Fischl. So it won't be that high. It might actually be less than Kutsing. I think it is going to be less than Kutsing. Without C4. Fischl Q? Yeah. I guess. Okay, let's do 20%, sure. Do this, maybe. It's a really high attack stat on Iansan, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Tends to be what happens in Chivalrous teams with Pyro Resonance and Noblesse. Yeah. With this much attack, you'll still be capped on your passive here until you're below like 30, 35-ish. But that won't be the case at high con Iansan anymore. Why are Raiden and Sino so low? They both move a lot during their burst. They do not move a lot during their burst. What are you talking about? I know has good tracking, but not really good movement. Yeah, the good tracking is really useful to help Arlecchino, because Arlecchino has dashes as part of her good combos. Sino doesn't. And so Sino's good tracking is only going to help him generate Iansan stacks, or Iansan Night Soul, if the enemies are moving a lot. If they're not, it's not going to help you at all. Anyways, for Raiden, you'd play her in Sugar's teams as well. Would you have Power Resonance? I wonder. I mean, you want to have Power Resonance, but... Do you think you can get away with Bennett, Iansan, Chevreuse and just use a Power Infused normal attack on Raiden? Kinda, yeah. That's probably what you're gonna want to do. But yeah, Shanling might just be better. Shanling probably would be better, actually. But yeah, so you'd still have Noblesse. Yeah, the stats would be exactly the same. I don't think Raiden's Burst comes out while you're above 42. Because, if I remember correctly, Raiden's Burst, doesn't snapshot at the start of your animation. It uses the stats at the end of your animation. And I don't think you have 42 by the end of your animation. Which means none of Raiden's damage will happen above 42. If you have C0 Iansan. At C4, you might be able to get it out in time. And that's gonna make a massive difference. Although, to be fair, with this much attack, you probably are still capping the passive by the time Raiden's Burst comes out. Even if you're not at 40, 42, right? Because you only need, what, 35 to cap it out? Yeah. And you should still be above 35 by the time your burst comes out, right? But I mean, around that, it's not that big of a deal if you're at 30 instead of 35, because it's still most of the buff. Although, actually... Yeah, I guess in these teams, it's just... The problem is that it's going to depend on what other power you're using, right? If the other power you're using is Xiangling, by the time you swap to Raiden, you're going to have a lot less. But if it's Maoika is so fucking positive that you'll be back to full by the time you swap to Raiden. As long as you do like 1 or 2 spins. So I don't know. Don't they have anti-synergy? Yeah, but Raiden as a carry isn't that great, and Maoika's good enough that even with that anti-synergy, it's still one of Raiden's better teams. Oh, is Anubis live in Asia? Should we? Okay, is there any Humid Glorp Haver that has an Asia account?
Add Astra. you for complete. Add Astro.
There might not be a single one, actually. Fuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Unlucky. The intersection of the two requirements is narrow. True. Anyways. I think it's time to do the banner review, chat. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to a video I've been procrastinating on for a while now. The banner review. Boy, is this... this is gonna be shorter than usual, I'll tell you that. So, the banners we have right now are Yume Glorp Glorp, Yume Mizuki Mizuki, and a Sigewinne rerun with Sayu, Xiangling, and Goro as the 4 stars. And the weapon banner is obviously their respective signatures, with Moon's Moon, the Flute, Wavebreaker's Fin, Aquamaru, and Eye of Perception. These might be the worst banners of all time. They're really, really bad. So, I guess we can start with the 5 stars. I'm gonna, yeah. Yume Glorp Glorp is... Should I not call her Yume Glorp Glorp in the YouTube video? That's too much brain rot? I think it might be too much brain rot, yeah. Alright. Mizuki is not a very good character. Right, she's a swirl-focused... she's a swirl-focused animo, quote-unquote, carry. But... because she doesn't use normal attacks during her uptime while using her skill, it prevents synergy with a lot of the units that are good in teams that have dedicated swirl on fielders. And that actually creates a situation where, in practice, a lot of the time, if you want to play Mizuki as a swirl carry, you're better off literally not using her skill so that you can use Singto or Yelan, or you get C6 Fischl procs, or you can use Beidou. And like, if that's what you're doing, she's just a significantly worse version of Sucrose. Right, she effectively is only Animo normal attacks. Part of that is because we don't have too many units that work all that well in swirl-focused teams that aren't reliant on normal attacks. But another part of that is because she doesn't have great synergy with the ones that we do have. Her biggest problem is that while she's a healer that has just awful breakpoints with Furina. So let me explain what I mean by that. On a general Yume Mizuki build, right? You'll have a total of 187 EM from all three of your main stats. But you want her on VV, so the artifact set won't give you additional EM. On a very good build, you'll have about 80 EM on your flower and feather, so 160. Like, you can technically get up to 120 something, but generally if I see 160 from flower plus feather, I assume that, like, you've got a good build going for your EM focused character. And then she ascends with EM. And then you have her weapon. So for now, let's take a look at Sackfrag. And plus 100 from her passive. Right. Now, let's take a look at the numbers on her ult. Right? So the scaling on her healing. And then the flat amount. At talent level 10. Right? The scaling is 235%. And the flat amount is 692. And when she's healing herself, the amount of healing is doubled. Right? So then we have healing bonus. For now, we don't have any. So self-heal is going to be equal to this times this plus this times 2 times 1 plus healing bonus. Alright, which is around 7k-ish on a well-invested crowned burst Yume Mizuki on the self-heal. Now let's take a look at how much HP she has. Right? So her base HP is 12,736. Let's, for now, assume about 20% HP from substats. Maybe 10%. Right, because you're not actively looking for HP. You might be wondering, why are you doing this? Don't worry. It'll be clear very soon. And I usually assume around 5,000 flat HP from flower being 4780, and then about 1 roll of flat HP. Alright, so she's at around 20k. That means that the self-healing is about 35% of her HP. Here's the problem, okay? She only self-heals when she's below 70% HP. On top of that, she doesn't self-heal as soon as she hits below 70%. She self-heals when you pick up the snack that you threw out while below 70%. Furina consumes, on average, a little bit over 2% of your max HP per attack. Which means that if you have like 3 Furina hits between getting to 70% HP and picking up your snack, you'll be below 65% HP, which means this will not full heal you. And if it doesn't full heal you, you don't trigger Furina's Ascension passive that heals party members when you get overflow healing. And if you don't trigger this passive, because Yume Mizuki's healing is only to the active character, you pretty much don't heal the rest of your team. And that means that Furina doesn't really get you a lot of fanfare, and after 1 or 2 rotations, your characters are now 50% HP, and Furina's kill isn't consuming HP to increase her personal damage anymore. Does that mean that it's impossible for her to work with Furina? No. Right? If you have her signature, you get like 500 EM instead of 200. And now you're healing for like 43% of your HP, and that should generally be enough to reach the breakpoints. Right? If you don't use a flower, your total HP will be lower, which means that you can proc it a lot more reliably, but you're also going to be a lot squishier. If you go healing bonus circlet, if you have Furina's C1 that gives her more fanfare, which increases the amount of healing bonus you start with. If you have Mizuki's C4 that makes her snacks always heal and deal damage, irregardless of your current HP. These are all things that can potentially fix this issue, but the point is that you need to have a really well-built Mizuki and go out of your way to fix the issue for her to even be a functional healer with Furina. And that makes it so that even though Furina is like pretty much the one Hydro unit, and Hydro units are relevant because Swirl focus teams really like being able to trigger chain reactions with Electrocharge, right? So Furina being pretty much the one Hydro unit that has good off-field damage without relying on you doing normal attacks. So she's like the one Hydro unit that can work well with Mizuki, but Mizuki isn't enough healing to properly enable Furina to be a good unit. And so you have to choose, either you end up playing a fucking massively nerfed version of Furina that barely averages any fanfare and has a lot of time where she's not getting the like upwards of 40% additional damage on her skill from consuming HP. Or putting a second healer on your team and effectively making it so that Yume Mizuki's healing doesn't really do anything for you anymore. Honestly, this might be her biggest issue, balance-wise. Because right now, like, her biggest problem is just that too many of the units that are good in swirl-focused teams are reliant on normal attacks. But that's an issue that can easily be fixed by releasing more units, right? Which could allow for her to have the opportunity to become better later on. But the fact that as a healing character that doesn't normal attack, she doesn't have good synergy with Furina just because the healing numbers are just like a tiny bit too low is really tragic. And what really makes it properly tragic is that literally just the talent levels from the Constellation 5, even without the Constellation 4, right? Just the talent levels from that Constellation 5 making your scaling and your flat amount a little bit higher is already enough to make it so that she can properly trigger Furina's passive. Like, her healing numbers are straight up just like 10 to 20% too low for her to be able to properly work well. Now, in practice, what all of this means is that in Mizuki teams with Furina, you use Mizuki's burst while you're off field, not on field, kind of. Right? You use your burst to heal the rest of your team, not as an extra source of damage while you're on field with her. But the healing to other characters is half the self-heal, so her numbers on that healing are also pretty low. Outside of Hydro teams, she can also technically be used in like aggravate teams or burning teams where chain reactions are also relatively useful. But aggravate chain reactions are only really good in AoE. I mean, that's going to be an issue with her in general. She's going to be really awful in single target. With all of that being said, in AoE content, she'll be functional. It won't be great, but it'll work. But she really is a standard character. Like, she definitely embodies what a standard character is. All in all, she's not worth going for. If you like her and you want to play her, don't let me stop you, right? But expect disappointment. Expect to struggle to clear content. By the time this video comes out, the new Abyss should be out with very AoE focused chambers and a 600% swirl damage bonus. So she's probably gonna feel pretty good in that Abyss. But like, God. Yeah. 600% swirl damage increase. Like, that's just fucking, yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. It's kinda crazy. Anyways. Next up, we have Sigewinne. Another contributor to why these banners are generationally bad. Sigewinne is pretty awful. Sigewinne's burst is like okay-ish. If you just look at the duration of the burst with the animation and the damage it can do, it's not that bad. The problem is that it's also not really a great use of your time. And so building her for it tends to be worse than building her for healing and just not using the burst. Her skill is like fine, but it's not enough Hydro app to enable pretty much any reaction focused Hydro team. So it's pretty much just healing. And then she buffs your skill damage. And like the buff is like not completely worthless, but it tends to be worse than the amount of buffing you get from other healers that could be taking her place instead. All of that being said, I really think that the thing that like actually makes Sigewinne such a tragic unit is that her burst has special ICD and only applies Hydro twice. Which means that her burst is not even good at breaking shields. Which is so sad. All in all, there are Sigewinne teams that are good. Because as much as she's not a great unit, she's a unit that's very specifically designed to be good with Farina, right? She's a character that heals the whole team. For a pretty large amount. And that buffs skill damage, and that's Hydro, so she provides Hydro Resonance. And so because she's so clearly designed to work well with Farina, she's still fine. And she's usable in like mono Hydro Farina teams. But it's generally going to be worse than the alternatives. If you really like her and you want to use her, she is usable in those mono Hydro teams. And so if you go for her, that's where I'd recommend using her. But she's overall a very underwhelming character. And like, I'm not talking about her constellations. Like, whatever, man. Like, don't do this to yourself. Skip this banner if you value your sanity at all, please. Anyways, then the 4 stars. Let's get channeling out of the way. Fucking only positive thing about this banner. Channeling is a great unit. Mawika's release has made it so that there are a decent amount of teams that can get away with replacing channeling with Mawika. Some of which even getting upgrades from Mawika over channeling. But she's still very much a powerful unit that has a lot of good meta teams. So getting her is always a good thing. Her constellations are valuable. Her C4 is the big one. The other ones are kind of whatever. But you get her for free. She's selectable in Lantern Rite. She's purchasable in Paimon's Bargains monthly shop. And she's on banners relatively often. So she's one of the characters that's the easiest to get to her relevant constellations. Which means that her being on a banner, while not a bad thing, isn't like particularly attention grabbing. And then we have Sayu and Goro. And man, okay, Sayu is an animal healer. You can have VV and healing. The problem is her healing is kind of ass. Unless you unfield her, her healing is only to the active character. So she doesn't work all that well at enabling Farina. And outside of that, especially now with Lanyan's release, if you want a defensive focused animal unit, just use Lanyan, please. I'm begging you. You can do some funny things with Sayu on field, but they're not good. So there's very little for me to say about her. She's not a very good unit. She can be a fine, like, slot into a team if you really don't have the good units yet as a VV healer, but she really isn't good. And then finally, Goro. Goro's, like, fine. The biggest issue now with Goro is Shilonen. Goro is a character who buffs mostly Geo carries, but Shilonen is so strong. And if you have a Geo carry, Shilonen, and Goro, Shilonen's passive doesn't activate anymore. She can't get her Geo Shred unless she's C2. And so you can't use Goro with Shilonen unless you have High Constellation Shilonen. And because Shilonen tends to be better than Goro in a lot of the Geo carry teams, then you kind of end up not using Goro. Goro's still usable because if you want to use the Geo supports like Chiori or Albedo, then Shilonen won't work anyways, and then you'd want to use Goro. But it's really not all that amazing. Shilonen's release really made things rough for Goro. There are still some people that use him in Ito and Noel teams. And he's also still used for people who do have C2 Shilonen for those carries. But he's definitely not important, and it's not like you get Goro and Constellations as a byproduct of going for Ito. It's as a byproduct of going for fucking Sigewinne and Mizuki. Yeah. And then we have the weapon banners. Sigewinne's signature, low base attack, HP substat, gives a bunch of HP. But it's like very heavily focused on only working on Sigewinne. You can get one stack of the effect from using a skill, but then you have a stack that's locked behind Bond of Life and a stack that's locked behind Performing Healing. So Sigewinne is the only character that can get all stacks, and the big part of the passive is the second part that gives you 28% burst crit rate, but only when you have 3 stacks. So basically, as a stat stick, it's just like an HP bow that gives 12% HP on the passive, but on Sigewinne, it's 40% HP and 28% crit rate. So if you want to do, because you really hate yourself, if you want to do a Sigewinne carry team, her signature is a pretty big difference compared to the other options you have. But, like, don't do that to yourself, please. I'm begging you. But yeah. It's a signature that's, like, actually pretty good on her. But she's pretty bad, and the signature is bad on everyone else. So it really ain't it, man. It really ain't it. And then you have Mizuki's weapon. Sunny Morning Sleepin'. Low base attack, EM substat. Gives you EM when you trigger Swirl, when your skill hits an opponent, and when your burst hits an opponent. As an EM stat stake, it's like, whatever. It's a sort of weapon that you can use just as an EM stat stake on any character that wants EM. But obviously, if they're not Animo, you're not getting this 120. Right now, the characters that we have that care about EM and that are catalysts are like mainly. I mean, technically, you really can in some teams, but like not really. Sucrose, kind of Hazel to some extent. Nahida, Molani, Sitlali, right? But Sitlali can't trigger Swirl. Molani can't trigger Swirl or hit an enemy with elemental skills, so it's only 32 EM on the passive. Nahida can't trigger Swirl or hit enemies with elemental burst, so it's only 96 EM on the passive. On Sucrose, it's a lot of EM, but Sucrose's skill is very useful. It generates a lot of energy, and it has good stagger. And so, generally, it won't really be better than Sac Frag, unless the EM is, like, specifically useful for speedruns because it gets you to certain breakpoints. All in all, it's really just not... And I guess, yeah, you can also consider it on, like, Barbara or Kokomi and Nilo teams, but it still won't be that good. Yeah, all in all, it's just not a very good weapon. Like, it's fine on Mizuki. And it is technically a pretty good weapon for Sucrose. In teams where you can't trigger TTDS. But the utility from Sac Fries, in my opinion, is going to make it better generally. So this is like pretty much only for speedruns. Um, and finally, we have the 4 stars. The Flute and Eye of Perception, I don't really need to explain too much. They're pretty bad weapons. Their attack percent substat, which isn't ideal, and their passives are not very good. It does a bit of physical damage, but not a lot. That's it. So the only real weapons on here are Moon's Moon, Wavebreaker's Fin, and Aquamaru. Wavebreaker's Fin is a weapon that can be good, but because the catch exists, it's kind of ass. Wavebreaker's Fin can be like 2 or 3% better than the catch on a few characters. Technically, it'll be a decent amount better than the catch on burst-focused characters that don't need ER. But that's kind of no one. Because the catch exists, Wavebreaker's Fin is just very, very not ideal. Like like I said, it can be a slight upgrade to the catch, but only at high refine. And everyone has the catch for free. Except me, because I don't fish. True. Anyways, Moon's Moon has the issue that there's not too many burst-focused bow users that scale with attack. If you look at all the bow users that do damage, right? Chaska doesn't do damage with her burst. Auron does a good amount of his damage with his Ascension passive, which isn't burst damage. Sigewinne doesn't scale with attack. Sethos doesn't really do burst damage. Lenny doesn't do that much burst damage. Farazan doesn't do very much burst damage. And Fav. Fav or Sack exists. Tirnari does... I mean, it does an okay-ish amount of burst damage, but it's not that high. Yelan scales with HP. Yeah. Sarah does good burst damage and scales with attack, so that's 1. Is it like technically if you're playing fucking Morgana in 2025, sure, but like no one's fucking doing that shit. And that's kind of it, right? So it's pretty much a weapon that is only good on Sarah, but it's not going to be better than the 5 stars. And this weapon banner is not good, so you don't really want to go for it, like, for this being here. It ends up being a, like, fine option on, like, Child, on Yelan. But it's not even a good one. It's just, like, fine. Because the only character that does pretty okay damage, scales with attack, and does mostly burst damage is Sarah. And then with the Iansan coming out soon, that's going to reduce the amount of situations where Sarah's all that recommendable. So there's that too. But anyways. And finally, we have Akomaru. Akomaru has a similar problem to Moon's Moon, where there's just not really burst-focused characters that really want it. Like, it can be a fine option for, like, Chongyun, I suppose. It's pretty good on Beidou. But it's not really good enough to justify going on the banner for. And then on top of that, if you buy the Battle Pass, Serpent Spine exists. And it's such a powerful weapon that it really makes Akomaru look fucking ass. But yeah, and all of these weapons, they don't have, like, particularly favorable stats, because they're attack percent substat, and that's generally a lot worse than crit. What makes them good is the passive, and because of that, it means that the difference between R1 and R5 is pretty big. So, pretty much all these weapons, if they're R1, aren't really worth using on anyone unless you really have nothing else. And in order to get refines on them, you need to actually do a lot of wishes on a banner as awful as this, which you don't want to fucking do. I'd say that... I mean, there's not that many good Claymores, so Akomaru's kind of, like, fine. Wavebreaker's Fin, I'd say, is worse than average. Moon's Moon, I'd say, is probably also about fine. About average, maybe. Maybe slightly below. And then Flute and Eye of Perception are really bad. And then both of the 5-star weapons are really bad. So this is also one of the worst weapon banners of all time. Really awful weapon banner. Really awful limited banner. These are so bad. These are like... I mean, I've been procrastinating on making this banner review because it just puts me in a bad mood whenever I think about it. So, anyways, whatever. We're fucking done with this shit. Never again. I hope the banner... Yeah, first banner to sell negative dollars, exactly. Anyways, that's gonna be it. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed. I would like to express my deepest condolences to people that really like Yume Mizuki and Sigewinne as characters, because if you do end up going for them, these aren't really very nice things to get. And also, for people that wanted to get Goro constellations for their Geo teams, because this isn't, yeah, let's just say these 5 stars aren't really very pog. But yeah, I'd say that these banners aren't really good for anyone. Like, you might want to go for them no matter what, just because you like the character. But they're not good, pretty much at all. Anyways, like I said, I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. God. Let editors know? Yeah, I'll do that. Recorded banner review. Wish stats on Paimon. Wait. Ow! How much is it usually? I don't know what to compare it to. I guess we take a look at this. It's been live for what, 4 days?
Standing around. How absurd.
The first day of these rerun banners was $1.17 million wishes, or whatever, 16% of 80K, which is 20% would be 16K, so 16% would be 13K-ish. 13K on the first day versus 3K on the first 4 days. Holy. Do you guys think over this whole banner's duration is going to catch up to day 1 of Arlecchino? It's definitely not catching up to day 1 of Mawika Sitlali. But I wonder if it'll compare to... Man.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Last day Mawika,
Those memories.
4K.
So dark.
It's already beaten that. Second to last day Mawika, What is that, 450k? It should catch up to that, right?
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Compare it to Sinodea? Wait, that's a good idea.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't
1.5 mil on the first day?
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
Versus 100k. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Compared to Chaska?
It's called
1.2 mil.
freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
It's bad, but way less people use the site nowadays. Yeah, maybe that's true. That may be a contributing factor. Wait, what about less than 2,000 SIGs pulled? Huge.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Those memories. So dark.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
First few Raiden banners must be crazy. We can take a look.
Old folks just don't get it.
First Raiden banner. 500k. First day, 6 million pulls. Holy. What about first Kazuha rerun? When was the first Kazuha rerun? Any knowers?
Reduced to just standing around.
Leaves in the Wind 2. We have to find.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
When the fuck? Before Yoimiya? Oh, found it.
It's called being a freelancer.
400k.
Just don't get it.
Kind of high. Why is there a massive spike in that day? It's crazy. Look at Hutao Yalon rerun. When was that? Is it this one? Yeah. Big first day.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Anyway, man.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Those memories. So dark.
Why is bro playing Mel Chow? We don't talk about that, okay? I'm actually in Dragon's Bane. That was not intentional. I promise. That's not really better, but it's fine. We watch a Furu Abyss run? Yeah, we can do that.
No one escapes my shiver. Go, berry one.
Holy.
Animal test 60. No escape. Exhaustion test. You can't run. Lights out. Go, berry bunny.
Go, Baron Bunny! Average Rosario moment! Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Oh no! Baron Bunny! Alright, what in the fuck am I looking at here, man? Like, I get it, right? Don't get me wrong, I get it, okay? You want... If you don't allow yourself to use a good 4 stars, you need a way to break the shields. And burning is probably going to be your best bet. So, like, I get it. But, like, man, what in the fuck am I looking at? I wonder if this is fully M. Shinyan. Doesn't... Wait. Maybe? No, this is not fully M. Shinyan. That overload is not hitting very hard. Oh, man.
Our bond is strong. Out of my way. Up and away. Dancing in the wind.
Maybe we'll say you need 5 stars to clear. I mean, to be fair, this would not clear in time without 5-star weapons. To be like, I'm not saying you need 5 stars to clear, but this is not a good counter example. This is an example of how talent and perseverance can make it so that even dogshit teams can clear stuff.
can bully me! Animal test 60. Let it rain. Shiver! Look at you! Absorption test. No escape. Animal test 60. Lights out. No one escapes my sight. You can't run.
Their mouths are so perfectly timed up together. Yeah, this is like amazing gameplay. Insane! Insane gameplay! Call charge shot gaming! Holy! Tuberculosis!
Life is on your side. Clean. Toes be gone. Lightning, terrify. Up and away. Butterfly. Here. Ha. Hi.
Please play this team begging. No, I don't want to.
Feel me. Turn around. Deal with me.
I think he's not gonna use Cookie Burst here. I mean, he is. I actually worried using Cookie Burst here. I feel like it wasn't necessary, and now you're not gonna have Cookie Burst for the last one. Like 1 frame before he shielded up. What the fuck, dude? How many attempts did this take? What the fuck?
Absorption test. No one escapes my sight. Animal test 63 punishment.
Less than you with Gaming. Okay, shut up. Oh! You know what? That makes sense, actually. I was like, maybe without Cookie Burst, it's gonna be too hard to break that. But I forgot they have Lanyan. Lanyan's kind of goated at it. Holy.
Let them fly.
Insane.
Our bond is strong. Just like we rehearsed. Pyrotechnics. Closing in. Lightning, shout, up and away.
Song of Days fast, that's crazy. There's the fucking Amber build. 39 crit damage. That's crazy. 33 crit damage. Oh. Damn, that's 5 cookie. That's kind of based, actually. EM animal crit, that's wild. There's something deeply funny about using Lanyan and not building a single main attack main stat on her. Like that's just very funny to me. Damn. Fucking insane. Anyways. I need to finish leveling my Lanyan eventually, but I just can't be fucking bothered, man. And then I need these too. Ugh. Your turn now? No, thank you. Oh yeah, Yoimiya's here. What's up, Yoimiya? How do you do? I think she's been here for 2 years. Oh. Who do you think is more valuable for a newer account, Farina or Shilonen? It's gonna depend on what carries you want to go for. I will say though, nowadays I can talk about the teams I play nowadays and which one I use the most with what I play, right? But like the carries I play the most nowadays are like, I guess I haven't played Nivedette in a while, but that's just because this abyss is really bad for him. But still Nivedette. Alright, Moika, Arlecchino, Gumming, Sherling, Molani, Clorinde. Chow, yeah. It's the same situation as Neuvillette. Those are probably the carries I play the most often. And like, for him, Farina's better. Shilonen. Well, with Gaming, it's not that Farina's not good for him, it's that Farina's worse than Seatlali, and Seatlali's just Seatlali. If I didn't have Seatlali, I'd play him with Farina, but I do have Seatlali. I play her with Farina sometimes. I don't really play her much with Shilonen. Shilonen, kind of neither. Farina. So like for me, it's leaning a little bit more towards Shilonen. But it's just really gonna depend on what characters you have and you want to play. Conclusion, Lolly, true, actually. Actually real. Oh, what's up, Fru? Holy. We got the goat in chat. Hope you had fun. Your runs are always fucking insane. But I'm gonna be honest, alright? I'm gonna be entirely and utterly honest with you right now, okay? I think starting next patch, you shouldn't allow yourself to play Lanyan. She's too good. But I guess you also allow yourself to play Sucrose, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Why isn't Fru VIP? Do I have a VIP slot? Yeah. Huge. Lanyan is too good, yeah. You know, I didn't really think too much about Lanyan's personal damage because she's so good at shielding that you're better off using her as a TTDS shielder. But, like, maybe I should think about it more, honestly. Because, like, it's really not that bad. DVS Lanyan propaganda, yeah. If the stage is mobs, I'd play EM crit on Lanyan, probably. Really? How does Lanyan's E work in multi-target? Does each hit each enemy, or do you only get some of them? 600% for Lanyan, true! Okay, yeah, no. You only get 3 total, but I guess if they're close enough, they'll all get hit. Yeah, I can see the EM being better then. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's wait until they're... Actually, let's put them close enough together. No, we still only got 3 hits. Yeah. 4 hits if we actually proc an absorption. Well, 8 hits, I suppose. Well, 16 with Sack Frag. Well, 24 with with C what is it, C6? Oh, fuck you. Why is she only level 70? Because I ran out of Mora, okay? You should know this. But yeah. I guess there's something I've underestimated, honestly. Which is that the damage of the absorption damage is a lot higher on her than it is on a lot of other characters for absorption damage. Right? It's 50%. And if you look at characters like Kazuha, it's like 25%. Hmm. Let's go. I always forget about this, too. Does this apply to the absorption hits as well? Probably. I'll be right back. I'm back. Wait, I think it does, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'll double check. Um... 413 on the pyro hit? Or was that 388? There was a 388 and a 413. I don't know which one it's supposed to be. Fuck. Why were the numbers different, though? Why are the numbers different? Why are there some 388s and some 413s? Am I Cornge? What the fuck is making those numbers different? Oh, maybe some of them are the swirls! I'm used to swirl numbers being bigger on level 90 characters. But she's level 70. You're right. One of them is a swirl. You're right. You're actually so right. You're so right. Okay, let's use this. We had a 388 and a 413. Now with this, we have the same amount of attack. Only our EM is different.
Let's light it up. Closing in.
977 and 678. So yeah. Yeah. It is affecting her properly. Okay. Let's look at her personal damage properly now. Fuck it. So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, no. EM multiplier, effective attack, effective EM, swirl damage, motion value attack, motion value EM, motion value, or number of swirls. And then damage. Restart to install the latest Windows update. I don't wanna. We doing Lanyan TC now? Yes, sir. Okay. It's definitely gotta be a sack frag angle if you go for personal damage, right? Because so much of her damage is in her skill, and she actually does have EM scaling. So let's go sack frag. Sacrificial fragments. Okay, so it's 454 base and then 251. So 251 plus 454. Attack percent. So what sort of team would we look at? I don't know if I want to look at like actual DPS Lanyan, or just as Lanyan on a like personal damage build. I think for now, I just want to look at a personal damage build. Calc with Fru's team? No. So let's do like Bennett, Arlecchino, Gilonen. Attack percent, so we're going to have 25% from Resonance, 20% from Bennett, 24% from Ascension. Does she get any attack percent from any other sources? I don't think so. And then, like, let's say for now, 20% from subs. And for now, we don't look at attack main stats. Do EM, damage, crit. Okay, flat attack is going to be 350 plus Bennett. Total attack. Okay. Damage percent. Alright, we need to do both. Right. Damage percent. Animo. Damage percent. Pyro. Then we have E attack. Animo. EEM, Animo, E attack, Pyro, EEM, Pyro, motion value, Animo, value EM, Animo, motion value attack, Pyro, motion value EM, Pyro. So many fucking sources. And this goes 16 and 21. Very cool. Am I an idiot? Hang on. Okay. Wait, I'm an idiot, actually. Oh, okay, wait. So it's equal to... Hey, thank you for the raid, Jamie. We're looking at DPS Lanyan shenanigans right now. How do you do? Alright, thank you for the raid, Jamie. Okay, business. Okay. So, damage percent Animo. So, we get VV. Animo Goblet. Is that it? Even? I think that might be it, right? Yeah. Damage percent Pyro. Bennett C6. Cinder City. Is that it? That might be it, yeah. Value. Yeah, we're looking at VV, a Bulba Chatter 392. Very nice. Crit multiplier, this square divided by 8 plus 1. EM 221 plus 187 plus I don't know, let's say 100 in subs for now. EM multiplier is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.6. E attack, Animo. Total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent multiplied by crit multiplier. EM Animo is the same thing but with EM instead. E attack Pyro is this, but the Pyro damage, which is 8. And this EM instead, which is 11. Okay, and now swirl damage is 868 base. Multiplied by EM multiplier. 4K. Yeah. Alright. Motion value. Attack Animo. Let's actually take a look at C6. So I guess I need 60 more EM from that. C6 Crowned Lanyan. So motion value attack Animo is 512.3 times 3 plus 204.5. The one additional charge is not +1 per rotation. It's just +1 on the first rotation. So I'll only do 2 for now. So that's 4 hits. Happens twice. Motion value EM Animo is 774 times 3 plus 309 times 4 times 2. I thought we're on Sackfrog. Yeah, that's where we're doing 2 E's per rotation. For now. Motion value attack Pyro is 204.5 times 4 times 2 divided by 2. Motion value EM Pyro. Okay, I guess I don't actually know if it increases by 309 or by half of 309. I guess I need to check, don't I? I mean, it's probably just gonna be half of 309, right? I probably don't need to check. Yeah, it's just gonna be half. Motion value EM Pyro is 309 times times 4 times 2 divided by 2 again. The number of swirls. For now, let's do single target. It's 1 from burst, 2 from skill, so it's 3. What about EM crit? That's worse. What about attack damage crit? That's about as good in single target, but it'll be a lot worse in AoE, so we don't need to look at that. Okay. So we look at how it happens in AoE. In AoE, honestly, most of the time your E's only hitting one of each enemy. Like each hit is only hitting one enemy, but all of your swirls are hitting everything. So this goes from 3 to 12. Seems like EM damage crit is still better though. You're getting 4 times swirl damage instances if your skills aren't hitting both enemies, but like that's not true. The AoE on the skill damage is much smaller than swirl AoE. Right, like here at that distance from one another, we're not getting a single AoE hit, but we're getting all swirl AoE stuff. So you get 2 times swirl damage instances. Yes and no. The thing is, yes, you get 2 swirls on each of them. Oh wait, but because the thing is, if your skill bounces between enemies like that, it can trigger swirl on multiple of the enemies, even without... How do I explain this properly? You can have more different hits that have the option of triggering swirl, basically. Right? In single target, only the first and fourth hit will trigger swirl. But in AoE, the first hit on each enemy will trigger swirl. Although I guess if you're on 2 targets exactly, this would still be 6-6. That's fair. On 3 targets, it'd be 9-9, and on 4+, it'd be 12-12. So I guess that's still, like, fine. But still. But yeah, so it seems like EM damage crit is the way to build her for damage. And then kind of curious just how much damage is coming from each thing. So E-attack Animo multiplied by motion value attack Animo. I want this to not move downwards. Animo E. Animo E. EM. Pyro. I guess it's not just the E, actually. Hmm. Alright, what if you were to actually focus on her personal damage properly? So, instead of this team, we do, like, Bennett, Farazan, Farina. So, we lose Power Resonance. We gain TOM. I think we do Farina on TOM, Farazan on VB, maybe. Then damage percent, Animo. What's said on Lanyan? Full-eyed, real. Golden Troop. You get a decent amount of damage from the burst, so I don't know. I guess on Farina we can do Maréchal C. Yeah, let's do that. So we don't get 15% damage from this anymore. But we do get Farazan. $38.3. And we get Farina. You won't average an insane amount, but you should be able to get 200, I think. And fair? Okay. Damage percent Pyro. What was the 40 from? It was from Cinder City. That's not there anymore. But we still get Farina. Crit value. We now have plus 72% CV from Maréchal C. EM. Yeah. EM multiplier. We don't have VV anymore because it's on Farazan. $400k DPR. That's not too bad. But it's also not great. You look at attack animal crit. Sure. It's like pretty much the same amount as EM. I guess in this team, swirl AoE doesn't matter because you're swirling Hydro. So maybe you'd rather go attack. Although actually, you might end up vaping some of the Pyro E hits, huh? I mean, you could probably just get away with using either of them. It is what it is. This is making me actually want to play it, but it's not a good idea. It really isn't. My talents aren't even properly leveled, man. And I don't have the greatest EM sands, huh? I guess I can go off piece. Want to borrow my Caroline Yan? No, I'm fine. Not for now, at least. Verizon, where are you? That might not be enough ER. Yeah, it probably isn't. I don't think I have any ER sands on this, so I guess I need to stay on Fav. Unlucky. Not even level 90. Oh. Never mind. It is. It is level 90. I lied. Level 7 to my Mora chat. Why am I not just auto-adding? Am I an idiot? Alright. Yeah, and then there's also the fact that my Farazan talents aren't properly leveled, which also doesn't help.
Have fun with this gift. Dancing in the wind. Let them fly. Too late for regrets. Strike a pose. Let the world go. Teamwork is dreamwork. Why are they ears of the storm?
My bad. But yeah. It is what it is. Like, it's fine. But the fact that my Lanyan isn't properly leveled is kinda... yeah. You could change that? True. I could. I can't. I can do this at least. Never mind, I can't. How fucking tragic is this? Can you get a proc into? My god. Farazan. Sure. So, do I have enough to do this? No. No, I don't. So I have to choose between one of the two. I think I'd rather level the burst. Rip my fucking Mora. It's all gone. We're back under a mill. Oh boy. Oh boy. I fucked up. Yeah, I really fucked that up. I keep forgetting I need to keep some pyro for that. Could be worse, I suppose. Yeah, considering she's level 70, but DM Saluna right now? No. Let's compare it to this. I'm very curious about this. I don't have enough ER. That's on me. But this is faster for sure. Aware. Aware. That's okay though. And then we replace it with Sing So. And then it's gonna be a lot faster. Oh boy. I don't have my bet on the right build for this though. Hey, thank you for the raid! Come on, wait. How the fuck are you still streaming? How late is it for you? $12-hour stream? Fucking hell, man. Our Bennett isn't on the right build, so it's not as fast as it should be, but still faster. Quite a bit faster. Aware. Aware! You just did one yourself? True. %100 win rate raid. What does that mean? New Abyss is kind of free. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they need to make Yuma Glorp look like she's functional, so
damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on
Hmm. Alright, chat. You know what we're gonna do? Alright, thank you for dropping by, Furu. Alright, chat. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of UID reviews. We'll do first impressions on Iansan and Vermicelli tomorrow. But for now, we'll do some UID reviews. So, as a reminder for UID reviews, I like doing UID reviews instead of just looking at one build. I look at your team. So, go to your profile here and put the 2 teams you use in Abyss. Right, so if I wanted to get a UID review on my teams, I do something like, okay, I'll put Gaming, Bennett, Shilon and Seatlali first side, and oh, actually, no, wait. I know. I'll put Gaming, Amber, Xianyun, Farina on the first side, and I'll put what do I even put on the second side, chat? Molani, because I love myself. Alright. Put these units in. Make sure that it has show character details. And then quit game and come back in so that it updates on the database. And once you've done that, you can send your UID in chat. And I'll pick some at random. Today is my birthday. Okay, hopeful one. It better actually be your birthday. I will check. You need to send me your birth certificate in DMs right now. I'm kidding. Yeah. Can I show a Veresa team? Sure. If you already have your Veresa builds, you can do that. Okay. First things first, we notice 59.4 crit rate. Oh boy. $59.4 crit rate. That means 0.6% of the time you're gonna fucking mauled. Happens though. Your circlet is kind of meh. But I guess it's not bad. Your sands is also kind of meh. But I guess it's not bad. Your feather's also kind of meh. A lot of your stuff is meh. Like, it's not a bad build, but it's also not a good build. It's like in that perfect sweet spot of like, this looks like it's my account, you know? I've been using a lot of resin on Mora to level 90 a bunch of characters. Yeah, it looks like that. That's what it looks like. That's why I'm saying it looks like my account. Miss Splitter Bennett, you have 224 ER. I'm not a huge fan of like healing bonus Bennett in a team like this, because like you're just not gonna need it. But also, it's not like Bennett's damage is that significant of a portion of the team DPS anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Doesn't really matter that much. Shilonen on Freedom Sworn. Okay. Freedom Sworn instructor Shilonen. Interesting. Alright, if she's on Freedom Sworn, her build literally doesn't matter. Proof of my birth. Okay, no, don't. Okay, I mean, all right, cool. I was joking. You didn't actually have to send me a. It's fine. Okay, sure. Happy birthday, buddy. Okay, your TDS level 60. This is worth leveling. Zilali's burst isn't like that insane, but it can be a reasonable amount of damage, and depending on the sort of abyss you have, it can be enough to one-shot a first wave. So getting the TDDS level to 90 can actually be a kind of a big deal. It's not like that important, but it's something I'd try to do eventually. Although, fucking 15 rolls of ER, like, fuck you, I guess. This is really good. This is a really good build outside of the TTDS level. That's insane, actually. Then you have Plunge Klee with Surf's Up. Is Surf's Up good for plunges? What the fuck does it do again? No, it's not. I don't know who to put for the last slot, so I put a healer. Okay, so you don't plunge? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's worth plunging if you're putting Xianyun on the team. Probably, right? It has to be. There's no shot it's not. Like, maybe you don't plunge spam, but you definitely, like, weave in some plunges at some point. Doesn't Klee's default combo have jump cancels anyways? You just add a plunge to those combos. Probably. Anyways. Aqua Yalon, 186 ER. That's fine for double Hydro, I suppose. Fav Farina, good ratio, good stats. Fav Xianyun. Okay, 36 crit rate. That's pretty good. Yeah, these are solid builds. Very nice. Sack, Jade, Nevilet. Okay. That's kind of an insane circlet. That's kind of an insane circlet, actually. Because with Sack Jade, it's hard not to overcap. So HP is kind of better than crit rate on the circlet. Right, because you can't roll crit damage sub, right? You can only roll HP, crit rate, and ER as useful subs. This is really good. This is a little underwhelming, I suppose. It's alright. This is good. You might have a bit too much HP because of the Sack Jade R5 passive, but I mean, it's still fine even if you have a lot of it. Oh, well. Chaska build, that's C1 Chaska. Viridescent Hunt, my goat. That's a 5-piece Obsidian. Oh. 5-piece Obsidian, that's interesting. Just below 100%. That's good. Wait, no, that's above. Never mind. That's Codex. I forgot Codex and Maritos, they give different amounts. Sorry. You are slightly above, but I guess it is what it is. It's not that capped. I'm assuming when you play Molani, you give her Surf's up. EM is a little on the low side, depending on the team you use. It's very possible that you end up better off with an EM sense if you don't have external EM buffs in the teams you play with her. But it's going to depend on the teams you play with her. Arlecchino build 23, 25, 30 useful rolls. That's not bad. Standards for Glad, in my eyes, are a little higher than on other sets because Glad is something you just get by existing. So for a Glad build, it's not like that insane, but it's not bad. This is probably like top 5%. No, wait, what? Am I Cornge? Wait, why is it so low? I guess... I guess it's just... I guess 30 is just not enough. Huh. How many do I have? I only have 4 more. And I'm top, like, 3%. Kind of. Top 5%. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's just because my rolls are really high roll value average, huh? Carried by a Goblet, honestly. $830 roll value cup? Yeah, I know. I know. It's not your flex time. I'll do what I want. You can't stop me. But yeah, outside of leveling this, there's honestly not that much to do. You're fucking vibing. You've got some solid builds going for you. Very pog. Obviously long term, improving Obsidian will be nice. I'd say that your Glad is probably bad enough that farming for Whimsy is worth it if you want to build your Arlecchino. But yeah, good luck. I have no idea who to farm for. Bennett is shared in the Wanderer and Arlecchino team. Okay. C1R1 Arlecchino on Whimsy with 25, 31, 33 rolls. That's quite good. That's quite good. And 99.8 crit rate, which is also real nice. This is a really good Arlecchino build, is it not? That might be top 1%. Yeah, top 0.6%. Very nice. Very nice. That off piece, true. You know, actually, it's not even. I mean, it's not bad, but. No, it's good. It's good. I'm not. It's good. Anyways. Yeah, this is like a fucking insane build. Honestly, there's not much to say. You're doing Vape Lanian. Oh, that's C6 Yelan. I see. You're doing Vape Lanian. So. Yeah, the 100-ish EM is like pretty much what you want to aim for. That's good. That's so low. Oh yeah, I guess Fab Bennett makes sense then, yeah. Damn. That's really funny though. 2E with C1. Yeah, but even with C1, 140 is really low. But it won't matter. Because like the enemies fucking die. Because it's C6 Yelan. Personally, I'd probably run ER Sands just because I don't think this would be very comfortable to play. But I guess if you're killing in one rotation, you have to your C1 makes it so you have like 4 E's per rotation. If you start the rotation with 2 E's, you hit them for 20 seconds, and then you can E twice again. And then they're dead. And then you start the next chamber with your E back off cooldown. I guess it's just whale things. Aware. I'm not a fan of Fav Bennett, but like, I guess if you have C6 Yelan, Yelan is doing as much damage as Arlecchino. So, I suppose going for an attack weapon, like a higher base attack weapon on Bennett isn't that important. And helping your ER requirements on Yelan is nice, I guess. Interesting. So I'm assuming you're actually doing Vape Neuvillette and trying to hug the enemies and get multi-hits on Pyronado? If that's what you're doing, you should probably use ER Sands on Kazuha. Because Kazuha's burst helps a lot for power application, and especially if you have C2. And at 160, you're not going to be able to burst every rotation comfortably. I guess you could also just go Fab instead of Freedom's Horn. I don't know what's better. ER Sand, Freedom's Horns, or Freedom Sworn or Iansan's Vav. T2 extra E. The thing is, you don't really want to use the extra E. You even burst on Kazuha outside of AoE. In a team like this, you want to because it's vape. So Kazuha's burst is gonna help you maintain your aura. I don't know who else to put in this team, so I use Changeling. I see. If you're not trying to get vapes, you could just use a defensive focus unit instead of Changeling. But if you want to use Changeling, you can try to get vapes. Let's do a run with that team. That should be enough, right? Kazu. Okay, so. Yup. And like. I don't play a lot of Vape Nebula, so my rotations might be scuffed.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Bow your head, let the mighty be humble.
Rotation was Omega scuffed for that.
Clouds high, birds call.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Strike a pose. Let the world come. Get them.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
I fucked up. Gonna have the energy. Where Vape? Yeah. It's because setup gets a little scuffed in multi-wave.
Clouds high, birds call.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humble. Silence.
Let my name echo in song.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Yeah. This is why I hate this team. I hate Vape Dividend in general. I just fucking can't be bothered with it, but yeah. Yeah, other than Chengling, you could do I don't know what else you'd even want to do. I mean, it depends on who you have. Like, as a general rule, you have R1 on Neuvillette. And I guess Freedom Sworn is nice as well. A defensive option is probably your best bet, generally. Elizabeth specifically, Auron, if you want to play it second side, Citlali if you want to play it first side. In general, I mean, it just depends on who else you have, really. That's C6 Wanderer, I see. Elegy Farazan and another Freedom Sworn for Jean. Okay. Cool, I guess. I guess it should be an FER. Farazan Particle Gen. Probably. No Nalan units besides Malani, so I can't use Auron? Okay, I see. Personally, I'm a big fan of Lanyan in the Navidad teams, but that won't replace Shangling. It's just like an alternative to Kazuha. But honestly, like, you can't really make a bad Navidad team, so it doesn't really matter. My Varesa build got crazy ER rolls. Just not sure what the requirement is for her. It's pretty low. Or it's really high. It's one of the two, kind of. 8 ER rolls. That's crazy. The fuck is that feather? Jesus Christ. 22 crit rolls. No attack percent rolls. Ooh. Yeah, that's like fine, I suppose. We can look at what her ER requirements are going to look like. It's 2 to 3 particles, right? That means you need to be able to get it with 2. Okay. So, if we look at Iansan, so where's Mawika? I guess we'll also look at your team. But let's start with this. Iansan, so where's Mawika? You catch 4. Won't catch 4. I guess you can catch the particles from Mawika. There's no reason to EQ on Mawika instead of QE, right? Because Mawika doesn't gain anything from catching her own particles. You'd rather QE, I suppose. So you can catch Mawika's particles, but you won't catch Traverse's. And then... yeah, something like this. Oh yeah, but there's also Electro Resonance. Say 2 here and 2 here. ER requirements at around 126 in this team. We can also take a look at the team you had, which was Official, Ilonen, and Nahida. Her own is 4. Official 5 and 2.2. But we don't. Does that make proc Electro Resonance? I forbore. It does, right? Yeah. Different element font. Now it's like a 1 Nahida proc and 1 Nahida proc. And Shilonen. Yeah. The other requirements in this team are gonna be fucking omega trivial. Although technically, I guess in a team like this, you would actually want to do the extended combo. Which would make this 5. But which would also make your your amount of bursts necessary 75 energy per rotation. So I guess the ER is still useful. Right, because the default rotation for Veneer, right, is you spam E into plunge, right? Like that's her base gameplay loop. It's like you use your E, it makes you dash forward. That lets you do a normal attack or a charge attack that makes you jump, and then you plunge, right? That's like the base thing, right? And then after you've done this, the next one you do will be enhanced. And after you do the enhanced one, you can do the mini burst. And you just repeat that. But technically, for the first rotation, right, you do this. But if you have more time at the end of your rotation, if your things are still on cooldown on your supports, you can just do one more. And you could do this as well. Because of the fact that your skill has charges, so by the time you're finished with this, your first charge is back off cooldown. Or you could swap after this and make it so that the next rotation starts with the enhanced one. Kind of. And if the enemies aren't surviving past the middle of your third rotation, right? Because after this, right, both of your charges are on cooldown, pretty much. Which means that after this one, your E will be on cooldown and you won't be able to use it. But if all of this is enough to kill the enemies, Which in most content, honestly, it should be. It effectively means that, like, you're cheating out some more damage on all of your rotations, right? Is it similar to 3E Navia? Yeah, it's similar to 3E Navia, but the main difference is that she can do it for more than one rotation. Or, like, her, like, think of it this way. When Navia uses her E, she then follows it up with infused normal attacks, right? But if you do 3E Navia, after your third E, that's when your buffs expire. So doing the normal attacks after that is kind of not all that good, right? With Varissa, you effectively get to wait until you do the portion of your damage that's the equivalent to Navia's normal attacks, and you can do that at the start of your next rotation if you want, while you're back to being buffed. Anyways. What is that team? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. First time chatter. You're not actually a first time chatter. You've been here on the 17th of November, 2024. Does Farazan work on National? Caught? Caught? Alright. Okay. So you said you're barely clearing because you're Bennetless on the second side. What is your second side team? Is it actually these 4 units together? No, right? What is your second side team? Bennetless Arlecchino? Okay, but what units are you putting in there? Is it Arlecchino, Hu Tao, Navia, Xiao? It's not, right? Citlali and Sucrose. That's 3 units. Who's the last one? Singto mostly. Oh, that's probably why you're not clearing. Like, I'm the #1 Singto Glazer on this fucking planet, but don't play Singto on a Citlali team for Meld. You're shooting yourself in the foot. I'll show you why. I guess, first off, good luck getting Pyro Swirls in a team like this. But even if you do something like this where you do get a Pyro Swirl, right, 1, by the time you swap to Arlecchino, your Pyro Swirl is fucking gone. 2, you don't get a fucking Cinder City VV. 3. I guess our reactions are fine, but yeah. Just, yeah, no. Don't do this to yourself. I'd recommend using Kachina over Singto in a team like this. Kachina's not optimal. But at least he won't hurt you. On the right stuff. My Kachina's level 20, which is kind of unfortunate. But that's fine. Okay, also works. The thing with a team like this is that if you want good uptime on your VV, you don't want a second cryo. You can do a second cryo when it works, but you're gonna have bad uptime on VV. You already have Cinder City on Seed Lolly? Yeah, Kachina should be on Instructor in this team. I'm too lazy to swap her build. Oh. I fucked up. Don't have enough ER on this either, which is a bit annoying, but... Anyways. But yeah, the main, like, issue you'll run into with Singto in a team like this is, the whole point of Sucrose being here is getting Pyro Swirl, but it's pretty much impossible for you to get a Pyro Swirl after you use Singto's stuff, and if you swirled before using Singto's stuff, that means that you have to spend your VV uptime on Singto, not on Arlecchino, which means you swap to Arlecchino, you have like 3 seconds left of VV. Alright, which isn't ideal. I guess another thing you could do is you could use Diona. Diona should have, if you have her C6, Diona should be fine. I'm not sure if you have enough time to let them or cook with Diona, though. You might not. It seems like you do. Or horrible grouping RNG, but it's fine. Yeah, you gotta kind of slow yourself down a bit more than that. If you do the... I did the rotation a bit too fast there, so I had to wait to let the mark cook. Let the mark finish cooking. Did I not get a Pyro Swirl? Yeah, I think I didn't get a Pyro Swirl. Oops. There's some RNG involved with Diona app, so that just is what it is, I suppose. Oh fuck.
Look at you! Overrule. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Yeah, you can do something like this, and like it'll be fine.
Stand clear. Fulfill our path. You two.
I fucked up the... Oh, that's fine, I suppose. But yeah, this won't be that good if you don't have C6 Diona, though. Like, the main purpose of it is the EM buff from Diona. I guess technically you could do it with Rosaria, too. I think the timings are gonna be fine. The fact that Arlecchino's E applies Pyro twice is so nice for these setups.
You can't run. Lights out. Absorption test. Suffer the wrath of... Judgment. Shiver. Laid bare. Animal test 6308. Get to work. Lolene, each pop up.
Yeah, you can do something like this as well. Right now I'm like... I think I'm overcapped on crit, but I'm not sure.
Lights out. Transfix. Stand clear. Show no mercy. You two.
Other than that, what other alternatives could you consider? If you have Chevroids, you can always just do Chevroids with Channeling Fischl. There's also that. But yeah. Noblesse Amber? I don't know about that one. That one's a little more sus. A little bit more sus. I mean, fuck. If you have C6 Chevroids, you can use her even if it's not a Chevroids team. Technically. But, like, man. Man. Man! Anyways, hopefully that was helpful. Otherwise, you can just do fucking Hyper Bloom. Hyper Bloom, my goat. I need some advice with this Giga old free-to-play account which can't 36-star anymore. Do you have Chevreuse on the account? No. I see. That's unfortunate. Do you have Nahida on the account? No. Huh. Well, leveling your talents would probably help. That's probably the first thing, the first piece of advice I've got for you. That would kind of matter, I suppose. I got her like not even a week ago. Wait, so you went on her banner and you didn't get chevaliers? That's actually tragic. That's actually so tragic. That's so unfortunate. Cooked. Cooked. But it's definitely a, get Farina on her banner angle, I think. And do, like, Clorinde so Farina Kazuha. Probably. That sounds cooked. I mean... It is a little cooked, don't get me wrong.
Let me lead you. Time to shine. Rain outlines your fate. Time to testify. Into the shadows.
One with wind and cloud.
Let the world collide. Rain cutter. Rain outlined loaded. Hunt them down.
Clouds high. The birds.
Aligning, echo in song. Jump. Witness the power ready.
Like, it's definitely somewhat cooked, but, like... It's also not that bad. Like, ideally you'd want to use Fischl, but with C0, I don't know if it's better than C6 Toe. Maybe it still is, honestly. Where the fuck is bro? Oh, how did that hit me?
Shoot on sight. Shadow Ring. Let the world come around. Into the shadows.
Oh, that hit me.
Sharpshooter. Odds reveal the
One with wind and cloud.
time to shine.
Well, whatever.
Loaded.
RNG of the previous one was a lot better, that's true. In my current client team, it feels like Kazo has the carry. Yeah, aware. Aware. He's gonna be doing a lot of work in AoE, yeah. Anyways, good luck. Stunlocked Molani team. What is that gonna be? Freeze Molani or like... Yeah. Yeah, it was Freeze Molani. Why the fuck is she on an EM send? Okay, buddy, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, that's healing mode for Rina. Ew! Okay, you definitely don't have enough ER for this. What are you doing?
Those memories.
There is no way you have enough ER at 180 for healing mode for Rina. No shot. Nah, this is fake. This is not real. This is a bait. This is actually bait. I'm moving on to the next one. This is bait. I'm not getting baited today. Need help clearing. Alright. That your characters aren't really in order, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. Uh, So this is Chad, this is what happens when you don't ask yourself if you'll be able to have teams for all of your carries. You end up with 7 carries that won't Bennett. Also, yeah, also R1 catch. I can't. Do you have Farina? That's why Iansan is huge. Yeah, Iansan might help this account a lot. I'm planning to get her. Okay. Once you get Farina, your options will open up a lot. Because, like, right now, you can do Navia teams, but Navia teams generally really want Bennett or at least Farina. Right? Like, there is Navia teams with Bennett, and there's Navia teams with, like, double Hydro. But there's not really good Navia teams that don't run either Bennett or Farina right now. Then for Chaska teams, you really want Bennett. For Hutao teams, you can get away with double Hydro, but it's weaker without Farina. That's probably the best thing you can do right now, is double Hydro Hutao on one side and, like, one of your possible Bennett teams on the other. Don't know how I feel about Chaska if you don't have Farina or Citlali, though. I'd probably lean towards Arlecchino. Did you get Lanyan from Lantern, right? If you did, you'll be able to do Lanyan with Arlecchino. Yes, okay, that's very nice. But yeah, like, I'd probably do Hutao double Hydro on one side, and Lanyan with, and Arlecchino with, like, Monopyro with Lanyan on the other. The thing is, the last slot for both of those teams, you'd want Shilonen. I guess you could do solo Hydro Hutao, but I don't know if you really have the other units to make something like this feel nice to play. You could use Emilie, actually, on the Arlecchino one. I kind of discounted her in my brain because she only has 3 artifacts equipped right now, but Emilie would be pretty good here. And then you can use Shilonen here. Alright, Lanyan's on a scuffed build right now, I forgot. We're back on this. And then... yeah, in that double Hydro team, you can use Aqua on your Yelan. I'll do this. Pretty sure my Hutao is on Marichal C right now, but I'm too fucking lazy to change her build, so I kinda can't be bothered. Not even on 4-piece. Tragic. This is very tragic. I can't be bothered changing her build. This will have to do. Wait, I'm an idiot. I can't do that, can I? Because I need that on her. Ew, I don't have a good option then. Oh no. I guess your Arlecchino's on white tassels, so we might as well do that. Sure. But yeah, this is probably the teams I'd do on your account. Really bad dog shit grouping RNG, but it's fine, I guess.
Overrule. A little ambiance. Teamwork is up and away. Transfixed. Let's light it up. Everybody stick. Reconstitute. Fucking fly.
And then...
Let me read you a verse. No, my... Here comes the cash.
Maybe I should have kept that, actually.
Letting brave names echo.
Yeah, this chamber is a little annoying for this, but it is what it is. Is that the last one left? Looks like it, yeah, okay.
Rain outlines your fate.
That means we can...
Things are about to get dicey.
You little shit!
Let me weave you a sketch.
Anyways. Order lol.
Going in. Dancing in the wind. Closing in.
Yeah. This is gonna be a bit annoying without a cryo unit, unfortunately, but it just is what it is.
Fresh and floral. Everybody stand back. Yeah. Fucking fun.
Okay, bro, if that fucking missed, I would have molded.
Transfixed. Closing in. Yeah. Teamwork is strict. Reconstitute. Up and away.
As you can see, Lanyan kind of trivializes this, this enemy. because you had the Hydro-infused shield, you just won't die. Alright, I face tanked everything on a level 70 Lanyan on TTDS, and my shield didn't even break. Yeah. This part is a little annoying, because can't proc the fab on this guy, but... Wait, I don't have fab, but I can't proc the stack. Well, no, I have fab on Shilonen, actually. That's fine. I'm gonna try to make sure I finish with my burst up here. I didn't finish with my burst up here. That's bad. It's fine. We should still be fine. We have a little too much ER. Come on, die. Die. There we go.
A little ambiance. Teamwork is dancing in the wind. Closing in.
But yeah, as you can see, right, team like this, very straightforward. More than enough damage to take care of the content. Had to use burst there or I would have died. Oops. I keep forgetting to use my Shilonen burst. Because I don't have Farina, so it's like not a necessary part of the rotation. But if I'm on fucking 2 HP, I should use it anyways. But yeah, as you can see, right? My builds are like... Maybe my Arlecchino build is a little bit better than yours, but my Hu Tao build is clearly worse because I'm on fucking Maréchaussée. And I don't have Aqua C1 Yelan. Right? So you should be able to get similar performances, if not better, on your own account. And you could see I could pretty comfortably clear. Had a decent amount of time to spare on all the chambers. Yeah, so hopefully that helps. I think that's gonna be it for today. I don't really want to do any more. I will post a video. It's been a while since I posted. 17 days, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's been way too long. Anyways, I'm gonna post a Pyro Carries video. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you are too lazy, I understand. Here's the link.